Traveling to
What's up?
Enemy contact. Tactical visor activated.
You.
Heyo. They're in Discord. They're gonna come in here in a second.
Alright.
How you doing?
Oh, not bad.
Need someone to tuck you in? Mother. This will help.
Damn, he got hit by a rock.
Into the eye.
the payload is approaching its destination.
This is mad. Emily.
There's no glory in a stone.
Just a scratch. You'll be fine. Take your medicine.
Tactical
Oh.
visor activated.
Oh! Bro, I slipped that McCree across the whole fucking world.
Victory.
Oh. Yo, I slept that McCree across the whole fucking world, dude.
Play of the game.
Oh yeah.
Traveling to Numbani.
Whatever you want to do, boss. I'm down for whatever. I do
Oh, you
prefer
gotta invite
combo.
me.
What's up, Nat?
You gotta invite me.
You're in the group.
No, it's a Discord.
Oh. I thought we were just filling on the group.
Well,
chat.
we're planning on
Oh, I thought you were in
doing
a...
the group chat.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought you were in Discord.
We gotta. I mean, we were, but we're gonna have to go to team chat anyway. So
Oh, we're in, okay.
if we play comp. I mean, I'm down for both.
Doesn't matter to me. Whatever.
I do want to play healer though.
Damn, I wish my
That's
tank
my,
was a little higher.
My DPS and my tank were in plat now, so I need to get my healer up there now.
Arriving at watchpoint, prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
What's going on, everybody?
I'll be watching over you.
Ahlan. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Y'all, our teammates were in space to a gunfight.
You'll see what these can do.
Hi.
Just point me in the right direction. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Enemy contact.
Stop the payload.
Damage and
Come here, stabilize.
this is not your time. I'm taking care of you. Where does it go?
Yo, Compo, what's up?
You should be at peak performance level.
Eva, let's go.
Yeah, we need to contest this payload.
Schaden verstärkt.
-1.
Let's get you back out there. Damage boost engaged. Right beside you. I'm taking care of you.
Have a low gold.
Healers are
DPS
down.
for you. Lower DPS account. I mean, I do have 2 other accounts. I don't know what they're at. They're probably like silver, gold, or something like that.
Diva touched Diva! No!
Heroes are alive.
Fuck. Yeah, I have an account you can use. And give me a minute here. Need to figure out what I need to remember what the email address is.
I must go where I'm needed. Heilstrahl aktiviert. I've got you. Damage increase.
Oh. Sure. Yeah, after this we're gonna pick up Crumpet. If you guys don't mind.
Who was that guy?
Mine's
The
here
guy
half.
who played yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, bet.
It's gonna be on one of my other accounts.
Okay, I'm cool with it.
Get you back out there.
I just need to figure out what the email address password is. Oh shit, I didn't know I said that low.
I was trying to get that immortality.
Two down.
I must go where I'm needed.
Kenzi's top right.
Where does it go?
I need help. I need Jesus.
That's you.
What is that melody?
Focus, Ryan.
Genji go.
back in the fight.
Tactical visor activated.
Damage.
All better.
Activating self-destruct sequence. All systems check. Don't let up on them. Powered up. Let me. Let's get you back out. Get them off me. Heroes never die. Let me get you patched up. You should be at peak performance level.
The payload is a
Push in what I have. Oh. I don't remember it's down there. Time that account, then we don't have account.
Damage
Bam.
increase.
That's fine.
Just point me in the right direction.
And if this one gets high, and if that one gets high, I can just fucking
Damage base engaged. We make a great team.
play it. Don't worry, it's SR will drop.
Let me get you patched up.
Tactical visor. Let them team up for special attack. What is that melody?
Big.
You have me on Discord, right? Just shoot me a DM and I'll send you the username and password.
Curious feeling. Tactical visor activated.
Oh, I feel you. Ah, that was fucking shitty.
Starting over from the beginning.
Oh, didn't think you could hit me there.
round one. Complete.
Yeah, good run.
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero. Attack commences in 30 seconds.
I'm not used to state-of-the-art facilities these days.
Oh, cool. I don't mind.
I bet he. Whoa.
Lucio!
I wonder what happened. Hey, welcome back.
I am loving this.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
You needed a doctor?
Escort the payload.
Ace him down.
Get over here and kill him.
Who's Ryan off? He's alone.
shit. I think I hit approve. I don't know. I clicked it really quick.
Fuck.
So if it denied it, just re-sign in.
Damage increase. Let's get you that outfit. I've got you. Heroes never die. You are not looking well. The battle continues. I could use some We have it.
Yo, what the fuck's your problem, dude?
The
Oh, he
wonders
fucking
of
left the
modern
game.
medicine.
We lost nothing of value, guys. Do not worry.
Honestly, you're not wrong. This guy, we need to report this dude. What a fucking clown.
Damage
Yo, what the fuck? Bubble's tripping. Yo, alright, these moves were good. We got this, guys.
60 seconds remaining.
I don't know why he's clowning on me. I'm getting fucking value. He's doing-
We have it.
Hey, back up. Our mercy's down.
I'm escorting the
The
payload.
wonders
Let's
of
keep
modern
it
medicine.
moving.
Heroes never die.
Nope.
Much better.
Here, come under here, Ryan. Come under here. Ryan out of position.
I need that health pack. Hold it behind.
Shoulder behind.
What the? Did both just fucking all at the same time?
We have
Oh, unfortunate.
a clean bill of health.
Primary objective.
I'm taking care. I need you.
Come here, Mercy. Oh no, Mercy. I was gonna heal you.
Yeah, it's on fire. I needed it.
Good as new.
I'm on the way, Zarya. Oh.
Healing stream engaged.
Kill this diva. I got beat.
And I'm no sleep.
Heroes never die.
Help Diva, help Diva.
Bring. No.
I'm body bucking Ryan.
Sorry, I was floating above them. They couldn't hit me.
30 seconds.
Oh, you're low, Howler. Hold it behind. Fuck. Those Bob's in front.
Might be able to touch. Unfortunate.
Here, pulse out, cause I have, I was gonna group us. Do I not have them on ice app? Pulse out real quick.
It's hand.
No? Okay.
Oh, what'd you say? My bad.
The pulse out real quick.
Someone needs to show how it's
Huh? Oh, I'm not the leader. Tier K
Oh.
or Tier KSK.
Where is... That's not... Oh, there it is. The...
Wait, you have 2 down with Mad accounts?
I have 3. This one just has 1 T.
Oh, that threw me off. Hey, what's
So are we
up?
gonna play comp again, or are we gonna play quick play?
Comp. Hey, Take, do you care if I lead or not?
What?
I said, do you care if I take the leader?
Nah, sure.
I don't know why he was clouding me and Lucio. Was I playing that bad?
No, it's just there's not much like AoE heal with Mercy Lucio. Like not like a ton of
I was getting the movement value. We were clowning on him, dude. He fucking went Widow, and I didn't see him get a single kill.
Use my tech a bit. I can only play DPS.
That's fine. All my shit's in plat besides healer, so I'm playing on the lowest SR I got.
Bro, I just got on now. My friend says that he's fucking ready to play Apex. I'll play one and then I'm gonna go play Apex.
Okay.
I'll bet.
Try and make it a win.
I hope so. So what the hell do I call you? If you're down with that. Trumpet? Alright, bet.
OP Jersey just sent me a message, Matt.
Who?
OP Jersey.
I don't know what that is. What'd they say?
So, got room.
Oh.
We have, I think it's another healer player.
What? Client request disconnected. What the fuck?
Traveling to Nepal. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
You needed a doctor? I'll be watching over you.
You always wear a charmer.
Howdy. Hey.
I'll be busy soon enough.
Oh yeah. It's my time to shine.
What the? Oh, what the fuck? It says I have a ban now.
Yeah,
really
I'm,
annoying, 'cause it
going off anyways.
Ah,
So
fuck.
you can go on this account.
What's that?
I'm gonna go play Apex, so you
Okay.
can play on this account if you
Oh,
want.
no, I usually just
because you
play
have a
on.
ban.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll just wait it out. That's
Peace,
annoying.
everyone.
See ya.
Until next time.
Yeah,
How long is the wait? 5
15
minutes?
minutes.
Bruh. Alright, let's play quick play.
Sorry, I'll just hop out. You guys can play match and then pick me back up after.
Oh, what do you guys cool with playing quick play?
I mean, that's
I
fine.
I don't care. We can play
Doesn't matter to
anything.
me.
When have I not been cool playing quick play?
Alright, cool. Works for me. Rather
Fucking, I
stay
think I
together.
lost the 20 SR2 or whatever.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Traveling to Route
Ooh.
6. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
We're all soldiers now.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
I'll be busy soon enough.
Stick to the plan. And if you get into trouble, I'll bail you out.
Let's up the tempo. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
All right.
Excuse me. Not dead yet. Back in my day, we'd have this payload delivered already. Tactical necessity.
I hooked him and he left the game.
The definition of mad 'cause bad.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, soldier, you got fucking clowned on.
That Half-Life beginning like I was fucking standing there getting shot.
Yeah, fucking
The
battle
war
mercy.
goes on.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Bleeding like a struck pig.
No one can hide from my sight.
God damn it! I needed to reload.
I almost feel something.
Group up at my
Fucking sitting on the cart.
The war goes on.
I didn't know you were friends. I didn't mean to shoot.
Easy. Push on.
Massive nano.
Not dead yet.
I'm on fire. This would have.
God. Me and Lucio chilling on the point. They're still fucking leaving.
Soldier wants my ass. Help.
Where is it? Oh.
Oh my fucking god. Oh shit. This is great.
Escorting the payload. I've got you in my sight. The war goes on. I've got you in my sights.
This fucking player is trying to kill me.
I made the fucking soldier leave.
Oh, they finally got me.
Not dead yet. I'm on fire.
No, I did.
Tactical necessity. Payload secure. Move out.
Get in there.
Get out of my way.
Oh god, Viva.
This old dog's learned a few tricks.
Nerf this.
Damn it. Come here, get stabilized.
What did he miss?
Missed the flashbang right click.
Bruh. What a clown.
On it heal.
Get here. My business, my rules.
I need to change fucking my Ash skin because the reticle on it drives me fucking crazy.
I'm getting killed more actually playing the game than when I was sitting on the cart. This is fucking bullshit.
Oh.
Genji is with you.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Coach Gun.
Yo, McCree's flank and he wants to Hanoon.
Okay. How did I miss my hook? Dog water. No.
Hawk diff. Hawk diff.
I got fudged.
Ah! Oh, that's not. I forgot that doesn't make me run unless I'm soldier. My bad.
You get me
riled
How
up.
did you die?
I peeked at the bomb.
Oh, that wasn't very smart. Now was it?
Have you tried not peeking the bomb?
That's a lovely suggestion. I'll remember to keep that in mind.
Just don't die from a nuclear bomb. Your ass is grass, Booger.
What other heroes am I terrible at? Say this one.
With every death comes honor. With honor, redemption.
Team up for special attack.
Oh. Now you got funny.
Oh. Fuck me.
I must reclaim my honor.
The true
Bro, I
enemy
got-
of humanity.
I've never called myself a revolutionary. I'm a fighter. I'm under
Yo, imagine if Full Hawk had like coach gun effect. That shit would be wild.
Flying across the map, you see a pig in his head.
Bro, that's what Green has a fucking hard on for right clicking, dude.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm gonna touch and 1v6 this shit. Guess not.
No,
Fuck that.
Defeat. Play of the game.
Forget the part where I missed the baby diva being flashed twice.
Oh my god, so much objective time. I already left, god damn it.
Are you gripping?
Oh, what a game. Yeah, I am. I'm backing out right now.
Oh, I thought you said you already left.
Nah.
Hold up, I'm getting myself a snack. No, we can still queue. I'm gonna be right back.
Oh, okay.
I'll be right back too. I'm gonna grab medicine.
Okay.
Welcome to Paris.
Yeah,
Play
I'm
your
gonna
defenses. Select your hero.
That's better.
Welcome to Junkertown. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
I see you. I wish I could give you a posture check, but I don't have enough points. This is bullshit.
True self is without form. I am with you.
Come here and get stabilized. Try not to get yourselves killed out there.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Imagine like a 6 Torbjorn team, but like all their turns on the exact same spot. Like, walk around the corner and it's just like 100 health gone. Like, imagine how much damage that shit would do.
I don't have to imagine it. It was like that when the first game came out. The game first came out.
Oh my god.
Fucking what's it called? Temple of Anubis on like 6 Torbjorns was fucking ridiculous.
Just walk to the point and fucking die.
Let's go on Doom.
Look at this Doomfist trying to play the game 2021.
Tracer, I can bubble you, go out!
Doomfist going C1 left. Doomfist behind. This Doom is scored it.
Yeah, actually trying to play the game. No. Doing the same fucking thing. It's so predictable.
You need to score yours.
Sombra set up on the mega behind.
Oh, Doom guy.
I can help with Sombra.
Sombra?
Yeah, in the back.
Hello. Adversity is an opportunity for change.
Fuck. Oh, you peeked her. Nice. Fuck you.
She has no translocator.
No, she's bad.
Bro, I can play Sombra.
Damn her, what at that point? Oop, what?
I'm gonna die from this fucking fire. Oh, maybe not. 5 HP though.
Woo! Just lost my head.
Doomfist is behind us, top.
Top? Okay. Right?
Behind us, spawn on high ground.
Hold on, Chase, let me go with you. Okay, let's roll.
He may try to spawn camp.
I think I saw him in that mid room. I saw a glimpse of his pop.
Yeah. Ah.
There he is, he's behind now.
Adversity is an opportunity for change.
Come here, get stabilized.
Only place for on junket towners on the scrappy. Consider yourself warned.
A temporary set. Understood.
You feel that? Meteor strike!
I bet he went on that mega. Yep.
Oh shit, that was a nice shot.
I bow to you.
Let's up the tempo. Time for an encore.
This time, stay down.
Nothing's gonna stop us.
Poor man. He's so bad.
I'm going in.
I bow to you.
Here to die.
Oh,
Into spawn, I mean.
Oh. God, fucking. What a clown. Sombra set up behind.
Yeah, I just realized I'm playing Doom on 100 ping.
I know what.
150 ping.
Oh jeez.
He actually got me. Oh, it took him long enough.
Behind you.
That's not right.
And they say chivalry, and they say chivalry is
Can't
dead.
stop, can't stop, can't stop.
No one can hide from my sight.
I'm on fire. Anyone wants to move to the beat? I bow to you. And they say chivalry is dead.
60 seconds remaining.
Oh.
Time to accelerate.
Bruh.
I punched that monkey to your fucking face.
God.
30 seconds remaining.
This is my jam.
Ten seconds remaining.
Bruh, I got fucking cheesed.
Move to the beat. Time for an encore. Raising the volume.
Impossible. An enemy returns.
I am loving this.
No one can hide.
Oh, let's break it. Damn.
Oh, apparently that will still blow all the way through my entire shield.
Nerf this.
Oh, sick 9.
Victory.
Sig 9.
Play of the game.
Ooh, what did that do?
He's sick with it.
Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Got you in my sights.
Oh, then.
I love the slow
Double. Triple.
Oh my god, 8 increasing kills. Oh my goodness, what a joke. Ugh. Ugh. I'm gonna play around you guys. Pick what you want. Hey, you'll pick a roll. Matt, you
What?
good?
Oh, did
My turn.
oh.
I'm chilling.
Unfortunate.
A couple months ago, I promised a brand new tutorial on getting Pi-hole up and running
Oh, I gotta
as
get
the
serious.
ultimate
I'm playing
do-it-yourself
DPS.
DNS
Oh,
server,
boy.
and this is finally that video. Today, I'm going to walk
That's
through
the problem.
installing
I thought I
Pi-hole,
was gonna get
getting it
tanked.
set up as a
Oh,
recursive
shit.
DNS server, and eliminating the need to forward your DNS requests to third parties like Google, OpenDNS, or your internet service provider. Let's get started.
I'll be
What's up,
watching
everybody?
over you.
Hey, profile.
Yeah.
Why's your profile locked?
Oh, because I'm trash.
Okay.
I always liked
Yeah.
working with you, Winston. No awkward small talk. Always
Welcome back to Craft Computing, everyone. As always, I'm Jeff. Today's video is all about setting up Pi-hole as your
3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Ich bin da. Healing stream engaged.
There, Ryan's moving up bottom right.
I'm taking damage.
Yo.
The objective is now.
You're out the walled off. Holy shit! How'd they get all the way over?
I called it out.
Let's get you back in the fight.
I'm back.
Oh, seconds on res. It's maze on my dick.
Heroes never die.
Warthog.
Damage increase. You look like you needed help, Gamin. Peak performance level.
Nano boost is charged.
Healing stream engaged. Well done.
Anyone?
Let me get you Damage amplified. Where does it hurt?
Correct.
Damage boost engaged. You need a treasure.
Oh my god. I got you.
Fucking spam's obnoxious. Oh my god, I fucking Guardian Angel the wrong way. Oh my god, get the shreds off quick! Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and the last topic.
We can't go that way. They're not spamming that shit out of that. If we do, we gotta run all the way through.
The beginning.
Source.
Your support has arrived.
Help me! I'm here. Let me get the head up. Damage amplified.
Heroes never die.
Step right up.
Bad touch. 7, 6, 1. I'm on.
A speedy recovery.
First round lost. Score 0-1.
Your own personal and private DNS server that you can host yourself. First up, let's talk about what Pi-hole actually is. It's a DNS server that you can host yourself that blocks ads when you attempt to visit web pages. So, for example, if I visit the webpage hackaday.com, you can see there are ads at the top and side of the webpage. But if we visit it through a Pi-hole DNS connection, those ads disappear. In its standard configuration, Pi-hole is what's known as a forwarding DNS server, in that it only has a very specific list of websites that it has the IP address.
2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Left side.
Let's get you back out there.
What the? Oh, hog. Fuck you.
The objective is now active.
Heal up. Starting over from the beginning.
All right.
Healing stream engaged. Where does it hurt?
This walled you guys off. This walled you off.
Let me get you there.
Oh shit.
Let's get you back out there.
Right behind you.
You walled off. 19 seconds on res.
I'm with you.
They're all on me, you can push. May on point.
Hogs left, watch it.
Hey, Hogs left or Hogs slept?
Left, left.
Mercy in Bereitschaft.
Now Hawks with the team now.
We missed it back down.
Hanzo right.
You needed a doctor?
Tactical visor activated.
They have no healers.
Going for a res on Ryan.
We win this.
Oh, got him, but I didn't realize the Hog is behind me. Alright, and how'd that guy fail you?
Back in the fight.
May is about to... Over behind you, soldier. 1 second, Res. Motherfucker.
Heroes never die.
Oh, shit. Again? Jesus.
I could use some assistance. Die Wunder der modernen Medizin.
Group up at my position.
I'm taking care of you.
We're in no fade, right?
I've got you.
Yeah, they're all right. Looks like Hanzo.
Fucking
I can res that
Christ,
if you
dude.
give me cover. Fuck, 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 fuck. Tog wants my dick.
Fox 1, he has doesn't have heals.
Recovery.
Thanks.
You're going on mine nicely. I'm here.
Overtime.
Where does it
Where? No fade.
Heroes never die.
Round 2, 1.
For resolution. And if it doesn't have that address,
Ground
it will
base.
forward you onto the next DNS provider that you've configured. So, if you type in the website hackaday.com into your web browser, that request is forwarded onto Pi-hole. Since Pi-hole doesn't know where hackaday.com is, since it's not an ad-serving website, it will forward that request onto the next DNS server that you've configured. That DNS server will then forward back down the IP address for Hackaday through Pi-hole and into your PC. However, while Hackaday is loading, it also wants to load up a whole bunch of websites that contain ads. When those requests go to Pi-hole, it is in the ad block list, and so they are filtered out. Everybody got that? Good, because I'm not saying it again.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Damage increase.
Capture the objective.
I've got you. I'm taking care of you. Damage empty.
Oh, fuck. Apparently they have Widow too. I'm down.
Ah, the wonders of modern
We
medicine.
go Reaper.
The objective is now
You should be at peak performance levels. You needed a doctor?
Monkeys. Never mind, you already found him.
Gone.
Hanzo, our Hurricane, find you guys.
This is not the end. I'm here.
The objective must be there.
Where does it hurt?
Activating the barrier.
Jesus.
Fuck's sake, dude.
Headshot, Hagrid.
Where does it hurt?
Saddle up.
God damn it, that was obnoxious.
Some bullshit.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Hoi.
Let me get you patched up. Your support has arrived.
All got a position.
Oh, Widow's on our high ground. Oh, fuck.
She asleep top left. Widow is asleep top left.
Heroes never die.
Widow high ground.
Widow high ground.
I'm taking care of you.
Sniper, keep your eyes peeled.
Ich kümmere mich um dich.
I got a
Step right
Ich
up.
bin da. Let me get you patched up. I'm under attack.
Go. I'll keep you.
Damage amplified.
Nano booster.
Widow's main, just
Your support has arrived.
Is that safe? Let's find out. Nope. That shield was up, but it dropped.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Fuck.
Immer unterbricht mich jemand bei der Arbeit.
Heal up.
Fucking Christ.
A clean bill of health.
Angie is with you.
Damage boost.
Should have switched Lucio super quick.
You look like me.
GG.
No move.
Fuck.
Play of the game.
And so, by default, Pi-hole runs great for its advertised features. However, there is a
God
lot
damn
more
it.
power under the hood with a little bit of tweaking, and that's what we're going to do today. We're going to set up Pi-hole as what's called a recursive DNS server. That is essentially what you forward on your request from Pi-hole to, such as Google and OpenDNS. When you ask Pi-hole where
So
is
QB
Hackaday.com,
or-
if it doesn't
I'll
know
take
the
a
answer,
break for a
it
few
will
minutes.
actually seek
I'll
out what's called
catch you guys
the
on the
authoritative
video.
domain server of Hackaday.com and get the answer from them directly. On the very first request of a website, this will take a little bit
So check
longer
this
than
out.
usual. However, Pi-hole will also cache that information for future use, so the next time you visit the website, it loads much, much faster. What's more, rather than sending all of your DNS requests to a third party, you're going to be getting your information directly from the IP server itself and cutting out the middleman entirely. So, not only will the third-party DNS servers no longer be able to compile a complete list of your internet browsing history based off the websites that you request to a third party, you're going to be getting your information directly from the IP server itself and cutting out the middleman entirely. So, not only will the third-party DNS servers no longer be able to compile a complete list of your internet browsing history based off the websites that you visit, you're also going to be safer from DNS spoofing, such as serving up a fake website when you try to visit your bank. So, with all the introductions out of the way, let's go ahead and get to building our Pi-hole server. First up, I'm going to create a new virtual machine inside of Proxmox. However, you can run this on a Raspberry Pi or on your own hypervisor of your choice. I'm going to go to Create New Virtual Machine. I'm going to number it number 410. I'm going to name it HomeLab-Pi-hole-FTL. Go ahead and click on Next. Under OS, we're going to select the Ubuntu 20.04 Live Server ISO. Now again, Ubuntu 20.04 server is my Linux distro of choice. This isn't the time for that argument, so use what you like, I'll use what I like. The
Oh, if I
commands
had
are
used
the
a Raspberry Pi,
Click
huh?
on Next.
Interesting.
Under hard drive, I'm going to go ahead and give this thing 40 gigabytes.
So I
No
can put
real
this
reason for that. I just have
on
lots
my
of space on the
server.
server. And I'm going to select my local server for storage. Click on Next. Under CPU, I'm going to give this 4 CPU cores, which is, again, way more than enough, but I have lots of headroom. Click on Next. I'm going to give this 4 gigabytes of RAM. Click on Next. I'm going to leave network settings at default. Click on Next, and then click on Finish. Once that's been created, I'm going to open up the console, and we'll go ahead and get Ubuntu installed. Make the installation easier later on. So go ahead, give it a password, and we are going to install OpenSSH Server because that will make the installation easier. The SSH terminal of your choosing. In this case, I am using PuTTY, but again, you can use whatever you'd like. This isn't that would roll exactly as we usually would. And there's a handy little script right here that you can get off either the GitHub or Pi-hole websites. So I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to type in sudo, paste in that script, and then hit enter. And Pi-hole will automatically install itself. And while we're waiting on this to happen, it's a good time to introduce today's video sponsor, Linode. A lot of my audience watches 4K rack. Not everyone wants the noise of a full data center in their garage. Run on Linode, and that includes the software in today's video tutorial, VPN to deploy massive and scale all your favorites from the of your system. 60-day credit when /alt settings in the installer itself. So Pi-hole installer. We're pretty much going to use nothing but the default settings in the installer itself. So it lets us know that it will transform our device into a network-wide ad blocker, but we're going to do just a little bit more than that. So go ahead and click on OK. First thing it'll ask you is to set up an upstream DNS server. This is so the DNS forwarder inside of Pi-hole can work. Now, for right now, we're just going to select Google. However, later on, we will be removing that entry and letting Pi-hole get its own DNS. By default right now, Pi-hole comes with the Steven Block ad block list, and that's pretty much all you need to move forward. So go ahead and click on OK. We're going to block ads over IPv4 and over IPv6. So again, go ahead and click on OK. And then it's going to ask if you want to convert your DHCP address into a static address. I'm going to go ahead and click on yes, because this is only going to be a temporary solution for me. You can also click on no and assign it a new DHCP address, or set it whatever static address you want. Do you wish to install the web admin interface? Of course I do, yes. Do you want to install the web server and require PHP modules? Of course, also yes. Do you want to log queries? Now, this will keep a comprehensive list of all of your DNS requests. However, that kind of spits in the face of the privacy aspect of it. For my use case, I'm going to go ahead and select yes, because I don't care if my DNS queries are logged on my own server. But if that's a concern of yours, click no. If you selected that you want to keep logs, there are 4 different modes. The default is show everything, which keeps a record of a client
6
and what
terabyte.
website they tried
This
to
one has
access.
100.
There's hide domains, there's hide clients and domains, and then there's anonymous mode. Again, for my use case, I'm going to show everything. And after about 60 seconds or so, Pi-hole should be completely installed, and we can bring it up inside of a web browser. And installation is now complete. Now, the one thing you need to take note of is how do you actually access the web interface. So for most people, it's going to be the IP address /admin. There's also
local.tld is good. Hypervisor. It's 10. Which is server. Wait, did I make this hard drive 24 gigabytes? So SM bus host controller not enabled? What? What is this crap? I have a 10.0 to 0 to 8. I do not. What is this using? 171. New static mapping. I hope. Identify address 10.0.0. Save. Save. Back already exists. CP. What is a bond?
A password right here that you need to take note of, or you can reset the password from the SSH session you're in right now. If you do want to set up a custom password for the Pi-hole web interface, the command is pi-hole-a-p, and then whatever your password will be. So I'm going to type in password 1. I know, nice and secure. Once the password has been set, it's a good idea to try to log into the web interface to make sure it's correct. So I'm going to go to 192.168.1.99/admin. If Pi-hole is up and running correctly, you should see this interface right here. I'm going to go down to the login tab, and then I'm going to enter the password that I set inside the terminal, so password 1. If that's successful, you'll have a bunch more options here on the left-hand side, and you know you have admin access. And now for the secret sauce that transforms this standard ad-blocking installation of Pi-hole into a full recursive DNS server. And for that, we're going to install Unbound. Now, down in the video description, I will have a link to the full written tutorial over on the Pi-hole website. I do recommend definitely clicking on that, as you're going to want to get in on that copy pasta action. So first up, base to make sure it's correct.
In the description.
So I'm going to go to 192.168.1.99 interface right here. I'm going to go down to the log. If that's successful, you'll have a bunch more options here on the left-hand side, and you know you have admin access. And now for the secret sauce that transforms this standard ad-blocking installation of Pi-hole into a full recursive DNS server. And for that, we're going to install Unbound. Now, down in the video description, I will have a link to the full written tutorial over on the Pi-hole website. I do recommend definitely clicking on that, as you're going to want to get in on that copy pasta action. So first up, we're going to go ahead and update our apt repository. So sudo apt update. Once that's done, we're going to install Unbound. So sudo apt install Unbound. And yes, I would like to continue. Once Unbound has been installed, the fun part starts. We actually need to write our own configuration for Unbound to actually work. Lucky for us, there is an example configuration file on the Pi-hole website. So again, you're going to want to go down there and copy that. But for right now, let's go ahead and create that configuration file first. So I'm going to go up to this directory right here and copy that from the Pi-hole website. I'm going to do sudo nano and then paste that directory in. That will create that configuration file for us, and next I'm going to copy this configuration file right here. So copy that, and then paste it in. With all of that pasted in there, I'm going to hit Control X to exit, I'm going to hit Y to save, and I'm going to hit Enter to confirm the file name. Now, part of that configuration file was actually to change the DNS port inside of Unbound from 53 to 5335. Now, why would we do something like that when all of the clients on your network are expecting port 53? Well, Pi-hole is already listening on port 53, and you can't listen on the same port with two different services. So the way your network will be set up now is Pi-hole will be your DNS server that all of your clients communicate with. And since it's on port 53, there's no configuration change you need to make on the clients. Pi-hole will then forward those requests to Unbound via port 53. Well, Pi-hole is already listening on port 53, and you can't listen on the same port with two different services. So the way your network will be set up now is Pi-hole will be your DNS server that all of your clients communicate with. And since it's on port 53, there's no configuration change you need to make on the clients. Pi-hole will then forward those requests to Unbound via port 5335 as a standard DNS request on a secondary port. From there, Unbound goes out to the internet and finds the authoritative domain server you were looking for, forwards that request back to Pi-hole. Pi-hole strips out all of the advertiser IP addresses out, and feeds you, the end client, a clean IP address. So we're going to go back to our Pi-hole main page here. I'm going to go to Settings. I'm going to click on the DNS tab up at the top. I'm going to uncheck the two Google DNS servers that we set up during the installation process and scroll down to Upstream DNS servers. I'm going to check the box on Custom 1 IPv4 and type in 127.0.0.1 pound 5335.
Why pound?
Sorry, hashtag I'm old. Once that is done, go ahead and scroll all the way to the bottom of the page
Once
and
you put
click on Save. And with that, your Pi-hole server should now be up and running as a full recursive DNS server. With everything set up and ready to go, let's go ahead and test Pi-hole both as an ad blocker and as a recursive DNS server. So as you can see on the left side, I have my Pi-hole logging.
Don't you need to set up settings on your router?
I have MSN, one of the most notorious ad-heavy websites in existence. Like, why would anyone come here? This is an ad at the top, this is an ad in the middle, this is an ad right here mixed in with some news headlines, but most of them sponsored. Over here is topics for you, which are all ads. Honestly, it's just terrible. So let's see if we can fix it just a little bit. I'm going to bring up my network interfaces.
Okay, you do need to change that manually, okay.
I'm going to go down to Properties. I'm going to go to IPv4 Connections. And then down at the bottom, I'm going to say use the following DNS server address. And I'm going to type in the IP address of my Pi-hole server. So 192.168.1.99.
What do you change it to? 127.00.1.
We're going to open up a new tab, and we're going to open the web and servers that will be a port 50, and I'm going to hit enter. Pi-hole is our, and out to the internet back. I click on the DNS tab up at the top and scroll down. Type in hashtag I'm old. Once I see if we can fix it just a little bit. I'm going to bring up my network interfaces. We're going to open up my Ethernet connection. I'm down my palms. A lot of their logo for ad choice is still right there, and this big, large video player is now also gone. Now, let's see what happened inside of Pi-hole. Down here at the bottom of our log history, you can see a bunch of requests that say forwarded on to localhost 5335. That is Pi-hole responding saying, I don't know what the DNS is asking for. I'm going to forward this on to Unbound so Unbound can find the actual domain root. As we scroll up a little bit, you see a bunch of results that are starting to say OK cached. Those are websites that Pi-hole has actually cached the data of, so it knows the IP address directly and can serve that query directly to the client. Rather than forwarding that query off to Unbound and having Unbound find the domain root off on the internet, Pi-hole can respond to that request directly,
Why use
which
Unbound?
is exactly what a recursive DNS server does. You can also see a bunch of requests that are being blocked, and that is Pi-hole saying, that is part of my ad repository, you're not allowed in. So there you go, an ad blocking and recursive DNS server all in one very tidy package. But for home labbers, there's one more very important feature that I'd like to draw your attention to, and that's that Pi-hole can now respond to local DNS queries. Now Pi-hole could kind of always do this, and I've used it for this purpose before, but before you had to go into the Pi-hole hosts file and manually add in the IP address of any local DNS queries you wanted to respond to.
Oh.
Now there's actually a dedicated tab just for local DNS. So if I go down here to the local DNS tab and DNS records, I can create DNS records based off internal services that I run in my server stack. That is pretty cool. With that, I think you have everything you need to get up and running with Pi-hole as a recursive DNS server, ad blocker, and even a local DNS authority. If you have any questions or comments about this video, go ahead and leave them down below, like the comment down in the video description. And as always, I will see you. There's any hint about what hops they're using? Not quite sure yet. We will be removing that.
All right. Let's see here. Failed to power on Pi-hole. Reboot now. Hopefully this is fast enough. I mean, the hard drives on here are not quick. I'll just try it locally and then. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Okay. Sudo apt install net tools. Okay, I do have the 10.0.0.8 now. All right. Relation. Fuck. Let's do this. Oh yes, I can. SSH. That's it. Oops. Cool. Privacy mode for FTL. Private. Oh. Fuck, this might fuck up my stream. That's alright. DNS, what the fuck? Definitely never edited DNS. This could be a DHCP server. No. And that's where that's 8. Oh. It's localhost. Stripping the ads out? I don't know.
Dash Piehole dash FTL. By default, Piehole runs great for it.com into your web browser. That request is forwarded onto Piehole. Since Piehole doesn't know where Hackaday.com is, DNS server, in that it changes. So, for example, if I visit the webpage Hackaday.com. Welcome back to Craft Computing, everyone. As always, I'm Jeff. Today's video is all about setting up Piehole as your own personal and private DNS server that you can host yourself.
So you guys are interested in this.
Let's talk about what Piehole actually is. It's a DNS server that you can host yourself that blocks ads when you attempt to visit web pages. So, for example, if I visit the webpage Hackaday.com, you can see there are ads at the top and side of the web page. But if we visit it through a Piehole DNS connection, those ads disappear. In its standard configuration, Pi-hole is what's known as a forwarding DNS server, in that it only has a very specific list of websites that it has the IP address for resolution, and if it doesn't have that address, it will forward you on to the next DNS provider that you've configured. So, if you type in the website hackaday.com into your web browser, that request is forwarded onto Pi-hole. Since Pi-hole doesn't know where hackaday.com is, since it's not an ad-serving website, it will forward that request onto the next DNS server that you've configured. That DNS server will then forward back down the IP address for Hackaday through Pi-hole and into your PC. However, while Hackaday is loading, it also wants to load up a whole bunch of websites that contain ads. When those requests go to Pi-hole, it is in the ad block list, and so they are filtered out. Everybody got that? Good, because I'm not saying it again. So, by default, Pi-hole runs great for its advertised features. However, there is a lot more power under the hood with a little bit of tweaking, and that's what we're going to do today. We're going to set up Pi-hole as what's called a recursive DNS server. That is essentially what you forward on your request from Pi-hole to, such as Google and OpenDNS. When you ask Pi-hole where is hackaday.com, if it doesn't know the answer, it will actually seek out what's called the authoritative domain server of hackaday.com and get the answer from them directly. On the very first request of a website, this will take a little bit longer than usual. However, Pi-hole will also cache that information for future use, so the next time you visit the website, it loads much faster. What's more, rather than sending all of your DNS requests to a third party, you're going to be getting your information directly from the IP server itself and cutting out the middleman entirely. So, not only will the third-party DNS servers no longer be able to compile a complete list of your internet browsing history based off the websites that you visit, you're also going to be safer from DNS spoofing, such as serving up a fake website when you try to visit your bank. So, with all the introductions out of the way, let's go ahead and get to building our Pi-hole server. First up, I'm going to create a new virtual machine inside of Proxmox. However, I'm going to select the Ubuntu 20.0 I like. The commands are the same. Click on Next. Under hard drive, I'm going to go ahead and give this thing 40. Click on Next.
You only get 40.
Pick an SSD happen. It's a node, and that includes the temporary solution for. If you selected that you want to keep logs, there are 4 different modes. The default is Show Everything, which keeps a record of a client and what website they tried to access. There's Hide Domains, there's Hide Clients and Domains, and then there's Anonymous mode. Again, for my use case, I'm going to Show Everything. And after about 60 seconds or so, Pi-hole should be completely installed, and we can bring it up inside of a web browser. And installation is now complete. Now the one thing you need to take note of is how do you actually access the web interface. So for most people, it's going to be the IP address /admin. There's also a password right here that you need to take note of, or you can reset the password from the SSH session you're in right now. If you do want to set up a custom password for the Pi-hole web interface, the command is Pi-hole-A-P, and then whatever your password will be. So I'm going to type in password 1. I know, nice and secure. Once the password has been set, it's a good idea to try to log into the web interface to make sure it's correct. So I'm going to go to 192.168.1.99/admin. If Pi-hole is up and running correctly, you should see this interface right here. I'm going to go down to the Login tab, and then I'm going to enter the password that I set inside the terminal, so password 1. If that's successful, you'll have a bunch more options here on the left-hand side, and you know you have admin access. And now for the secret sauce that transforms this standard ad-blocking installation of Pi-hole into a full recursive DNS server. And for that, we're going to install Unbound. Now, down in the video description, I will have a link to the full written tutorial over on the Pi-hole website. I do recommend definitely clicking on that, as you're going to want to get in on that copy-pasta action. So first up, we're going to go ahead and update our apt repository. So sudo apt update. Once that's done, we're going to install Unbound. So sudo apt install Unbound. And yes, I would like to continue. Once Unbound has been installed, the fun part starts. We actually need configuration file on the repository, so sudo apt update. Once that's done, we're going to install Unbound, so sudo apt install Unbound.
Okay, that's it. A bit of it, not too awful much. I know how to get myself around some stuff and use nano and that, but nothing too crazy. I wish I knew more. Yeah, you can just use a virtual machine. I mean, that way, honestly, I think is the easiest route, at least to play around with it. Or run, well, I guess I have a dedicated server, so it makes it nice. I can run virtual machines on, but come on. Sudo app unbound.
And yes, I would like to continue. Once Inbound has been installed, the fun part starts. We actually need to write our own configuration for Unbound to actually work.
So then I'll have to pay to run. What do you mean? A virtual machine? You don't need to pay to run a virtual machine. I mean, if you created it online, yes, but... Whoa. Failed with result of exit code. Nothing. Failed to start DNS service. That's fine.
Lucky for us, there is an example configuration file on the Pi-hole website. So again, you're going to want to go down there and copy that. But for right
But you did not tell me what the fuck it is.
now, let's go ahead and create that configuration file first. So I'm going to go up to this directory right here and copy that from the Pi-hole.
You can just use what's it called? VM virtual box that you create VMs with. Yeah, VirtualBox. No, I have a personal server that's like sitting right next to me. That's what I'm running this off of. What is this? If you are installing Unbound from a package manager, it should look like it should install the roots.hint file automatically with the dependency DNS root data. Root hints will then be automatically updated to your package manager. Download the current root hints file. Update it roughly every 6 months. Okay. Is this this?
Whole website. I'm going to do sudo nano and then paste that directory in.
Pi-hole.conf is what it ends in. Yes, this is it. Sudo nano server. Ooh. Right file.
That That will create that configuration file for us, and next I'm going to copy this configuration file, paste it in. With all of that pasted in there, I'm going to hit Control X to exit, I'm going to hit Y to save, and I'm going to hit Enter to confirm the file name. Now, part of that configuration file was actually to change the DNS port inside of Unbound from 53 to 5335.
Does it do that? 53, oh yes it does. X. Save buffer, yes. Yes. Okay.
Now, why would we do something like that when all of the clients on your network are expecting port 53? Well, Pi-hole is already listening on port 53, and you can't listen on the same port with two different services. So the way your network will be set up now is Pi-hole will be your DNS server that all of your clients communicate with. And since it's on port 53, there's no configuration change you need to make on the clients. Pi-hole will then forward those requests to Unbound via port 5335 as a standard DNS request on a secondary port. From there, Unbound goes out to the internet and finds the authoritative domain server you were looking for, forwards that request back to Pi-hole. Pi-hole strips out all of it, uncheck the two Google DNS servers,
DNS server. Dashboard. Tools. Settings. Yes, there we go. Recommended settings.
that we set up during the installation process, and scroll down to upstream DNS servers. I'm going to check the box on custom 1 IPv4 and type in 127.0.0.1 pound 5335. Sorry, hashtag I'm old. Once that is done, go ahead and scroll all the way to the bottom of the page and click on
1335.
Save. And with that, your Pi-hole server should now scroll all 335.
5335, okay. Never seen it use a pound there to indicate port number. The other DNS is save. Anything I need to do on sudo reboot? DNS connection failed. Okay, so let's see what this looks like with all the ads. This doesn't have all the ad stuff. Oh, it's back up already? Holy shit, that's fast. Okay, so now if I can go and that 0.0.1 system advanced. I think that'd be an advanced system. General setup. Here we go. DNS server. That's 0.0.8. DNS host name. WAN? What is all these? Oh, what I want to use. Which device I should use, okay. 0.0.0. No. 8.8. Now theoretically I save this, all of my devices, my local area network. Allow DNS server to be overwritten by DHCP PPP on WAN. No, I will not. Do not want that because that would make my. Okay, so now, theoretically, if I go on here, it'll remove all of the devices. Now, where's my phone? Let's see if it removes ads off my phone now. Let's go here. Now, what is this going to break is my question. Back. Damn it, I wish I pulled this up beforehand so I could see what it fucking looked like with and without ads. Sponsored links. It's not working network wide yet. I don't know why exactly. Did save this, right? I delete these. Save. Do I need to apply? Oh, saving changes has been applied successfully. Looks like it might be working now. And that's 0.0.8. Mains on block list. Tool. Network, here we go. Last query never. Why? Uses Pi-hole, it should be. One 1.0.0.8. This should also be using. Okay, let me remote into another computer. It won't let. Oh, there it goes. This is this computer. Wait, why does it say the surface is off? It shouldn't be. Why does it say Acer is off? It shouldn't be. Change DNS on Android. Can you even change your DNS? Oh, okay, I guess you can. Or to change this to static IP. Use randomized MAC address. Wow. I don't know what did that. Hey, this does use my 0 to 1 as my MAC address. Or as my DNS address. So, oh. I even on the go, how? With a VPN, okay. Fuck, do I change my network? There it goes. I change this back to DHCP now. The DNS server is local.land, which I want to change anyway. Local.tld. Now let's go to it's another one. SNB. I will block ads from. From things like Twitch and stuff like that. That'd be interesting to see. Why is this saying this isn't using it? Unless need to go in here. Go to status services. NS. NS resolver. Oh, enable forwarding mode. Apply changes. Delete my hosts file. I need to go to a website I've been to. Let's see here. Interesting. So Amazon ads aren't blocked. Twitter ads aren't blocked. Pinterest, Reddit. Okay, so it looks like it's resolving now. Let's try refreshing this page. There we go. So now on my phone, should be network wide. Now let me test something out. Oops, not what I wanted to do. Just blank spots where it says advertisement. Oh shit, no, they're loading. Fuck. Why? Let's see here. Query log. Presence at Teams at Microsoft. Why? Oh shit, it's on my other computers. Why? Holy fuck, you use so much, there's so much DNS. Wait, so supposedly this should be set up network wide now. Forgot who was telling me about. I thought it was you, Brightson, but I guess not. That told me about setting this up. Top permitted domains, top blocked domains. Top blocks domain. Oh wow. Oh, that's my whole network. Okay. iVPN.io, huh? There's my other Raspberry Pi. Inflation. Is it's 215. That. Read updating OpenVPN. Recommended. WireGuard is a new kind of VPN that provides near instantaneous connection, high speed performance. Okay. Five one eight two. Should I want the default? Unit. This is. It's like the DNS provider for your VPN client. Hi VPN. That's zero. That's zero. Dot. Okay, turn Wi-Fi off. Straight from scratch. Perfect. Fuck, I need to know the private key. God damn it. How do I do this? Please use this profile on only one device to create additional. Generate QR code you can scan with the mobile app. What? You use PyVPN key. Oh, PyVPN dash. Alright. Just gonna go ahead and take that off screen. Holy fucking need bigger. That QR code. Name. PyVPN. Oh. Ah. Error bringing up tunnel. VPN service not authorized by user. Oh, enable user. There we go. Now it's enabled. Error bringing up. Oh, that might be my firewall. Moving dependencies. That's good because I could just set up Windows zeros. What the fuck? Tunnel up. Fuck is the public? Public key must be specified. I don't want it. Description. And that 0 to and what? Public key is already assigned to appear on this tunnel. Do I need to make a fucking new unassigned tunnel? Yep, apparently. Oh, never mind. I just created two. Wait. Add. How can I paste this to my phone? Google Drive that Google.com. I put all. How many files here? Oh, there we go. Takes a hot minute to load. What's it called? Oh, select. Unable to import. Invalid name. What the fuck? Wire guard. Yes. Alright. Huh. Look at the post down roll. Oh, not right now. I'm trying to figure this out. What key? Status?
Hey, what's up everybody? Christian here with another pfSense and WireGuard package update video. Today what I wanted to talk about is testing, and I wanted to demonstrate some of the ways that I continuously test the WireGuard package on a day-to-day basis, and also ways that I dog food the package on a day-to-day basis. So one of the things that I found to be really important while working on this project is actually being reliant on WireGuard in pfSense for connectivity for devices around my home. So this hopefully puts me in a position where if something doesn't work or something breaks, triage, I am several different scenarios that I kind of the VPN community in general, related or something upstream with the provider. So I always make sure to have, you know, redundancy in that department. In this case, I have Mulvad as a provider and iVPN. I would like to just briefly, so you can't install, you know, the NordVPN app on your pfSense box and use NordVPN. So if you're locked into a provider that doesn't provide a WireGuard configuration file, ouch, you know, hopefully you don't have a lot of time left on your subscription, and you can move to a provider that actually does provide you with standard configuration files that
Mm. Copy. Private key. Your real config here. Oh. Gonna in Notepad. Copy. Nice. There we go. Yes, that's. Error bringing up tunnel VPN says service not authorized by user. Oh, I see. I need to go to my settings, network, and add. Oh, apparently not. Error. App info. Sessions. Authorized by user. Oh, okay. I gotta turn off my always on VPN. What? At least one address must be specified. Alright, I give up with this right now. I should probably delete those, by the way, since those have been on screen. Delete those peers. Delete. 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 My changes. This shit out. Rebooting system anyway. Alright. No WireGuard peers have been configured. That's fine. Now what happens if 10.0.0.3, let's say pi hole goes down, the down pi hole. I no longer have that. Oh. No DNS. Please turn. I can figure out how to turn this so it runs automatically. Server turns it. I hope it's log in. How about now? How about now? How about now? No, not yet. Gonna load up. Pi hole. Okay, it does it. Just take a minute. Okay. Alrighty. Alright. I will be back. Study some work plus stuff. Just setting, is that what it is? Yeah. Close. I wonder. All right. And and
The type of copper cables you use on your network is important, but also the termination of those cables is important. That's why before implementing a new network, it's always good to grab a cable tester and make sure that all of your cables have been terminated correctly. These cable testers are relatively inexpensive and they can quickly show you exactly the way the cable is mapped from one end of the connector to the other end. And if you're not familiar with running cables and terminating the ends, you may want to look into getting a professional who really knows the nuances of making your cable installation work perfectly. Like most things in networking, there's a standard for terminating cables. You can, of course, look at the EIA TIA 568B standard that shows you exactly how to terminate 8-conductor 100 ohm balanced twisted pair cabling, which is exactly the cabling we use on today's networks. You have the choice of two different standards when you're terminating copper cables. One is the T568A and the other is the T568B. These are two different termination standards. So you would usually pick the one that you'd like to use and stay with that termination standard throughout the installation of your cables. Some people will use certain types of pinouts depending on how they're running these cables. For example, if you're running cables on a single floor, some people prefer to use T568A as the pinout for all your horizontal cabling. But some organizations prefer using 568B. It really doesn't matter which one you use as long as you stay consistent. You do not want to terminate one end of a cable with 568A and the other end with 568B. You will run into problems, especially on a gigabit network. If we were to look at all of the different pins inside of an RJ45 connector, if we look at this from the bottom of the connector, those pins are numbered 1 through 8. Each one of these standards uses slightly different pinouts. You can see on the 568A standard, pin 1 is white and green, and pin 2 is green. You can see on the 568B standard, it's white and orange for pins 1 and 2. So notice the green and the orange are different between the 568A and the 568B. Fortunately, pins 4 and 5, which are blue and blue, and pins 7 and 8, which are white and brown, are identical between 568A and 568B. You should be able to look at the bottom of an RJ45 connector and see exactly how it happens to be terminated. You can see we've got white, orange, white, green, a blue, a white, blue, a green, a white, brown, and a brown. So this would be a 568B termination. And on the other end of a straight through cable, we want to be sure that we're also terminating it with 568B. If we're connecting a workstation to a switch, then we're usually using a straight through cable. This is where pin 1 is connected to pin 1, pin 2 is connected to pin 2, pin 3 to pin 3, and so on, all the way through pin 8. This is also called a patch cable, and it's one of the most common Ethernet cables you run into. If you have Ethernet cables connecting your equipment and you disconnect those and look at the ends, you'll see that all of the pins are connecting straight through from one side to the other. If we need a straight through cable for 10 base T, which is a 10 megabit Ethernet network, or 100 base T, which is a 100 megabit Ethernet network, this straight through cable only needs 2 pairs. So there's 4 wires inside of the cable that are used for these specific Ethernet standards. You can see pins 1 and 2 on a network interface card are your transmit pairs, and if you're looking at a network switch, pins 1 and 2 are the receive pairs, and we're running straight through from transmit to receive for those 2 devices. The straight through cable is a little different when you look at gigabit Ethernet, which is 1000 base T. This straight through cable is going to use all 4 pairs inside of the cable. And you'll also notice there's no dedicated transmit and receive pairs. Instead, you're able to both send and receive traffic through a 1000 base T connection on the same wires at the same time. This is a lot different than dedicating a transmit and receive, and instead we're able to send traffic in both directions simultaneously. If you need to connect like devices to each other, you would not use a straight through cable. In those cases, you would use a crossover cable. So if you're connecting a workstation to a workstation, you need a crossover. If you're connecting a switch to a switch, you need a crossover cable. You can see the pinouts on a crossover cable are a lot different than a straight through.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Pin 1 will go from pin 1 to pin 3 and pin 2 to pin 6 and so on. If you are connecting like equipment to each other, you may find that you don't need to perform the crossover inside of the cable. Instead, you can perform the crossover inside of the device that you happen to be using. This is called auto MDIX, and this is something very common on the Ethernet cards inside of your workstations, your servers, your routers, and all other Ethernet devices. The device will examine the incoming signal and make a determination on whether it should act as a straight-through signal or as a crossover, and it will make that change in the Ethernet card itself. One thing you'll notice with this crossover cable is that one side of this is not 568A and the other side of this 568B. Ethernet crossover does not deal with 568B or 568A standards. The Ethernet crossover is something very specific.
I've made so many fucking accidental crossover cables.
To each other, and it's not related to a termination standard. Visually, for 10 megabit and 100 megabit Ethernet, where we're using 2 pair, this is the way the crossover cable would look, where we're going from pin 1 to pin 3 and pin 2 to pin 6. If we look at an Ethernet crossover cable for 1000 base T or gigabit Ethernet, you can see that we maintain the pin 1 to pin 3 and pin 2 to pin 6 so that we have backwards compatibility. But you can see we're also crossing over pins 4 and 5 and pins 7 and 8. In most modern work environments, we have a lot of people that are sitting at a desk. These might be in cubes or they might be traditional offices, but prior to anyone coming and sitting down, all of the wires were run from their desk over the walls or under the floor into the room that contains all of the networking equipment. And in that room is a patch panel. This usually has what's called a 110 block on one side of this patch panel. We'll look at a 110 block in just a moment. On the other side of the patch panel, there might be an RJ45 connector. So in order to connect these people in the desk with the networking equipment that's in the closet, we need to run some cables from this patch panel into these network switches. This means that we can leave all of these cables
I thought they were going to be
between
expensive.
these desks and the patch panel. If somebody moves to a different desk, we can simply change the cables that we have in the computer room and plug them into a different switch or a different interface. If somebody new was hired and they sat down at a desk, we only need to add new cables from the patch panel to the networking equipment, making this very easy for moves, adds, and changes. There are many different kinds of patch panels. This patch panel is a 66 block. It's primarily a patch panel used for analog voice and some older networking standards. Anything on the left side of the block is patched over to the right side of the block. So we might plug in all of our desks on the left side of the patch panel and then connect those desks to our phone equipment on the right side of the patch panel. You'll notice that these are not the modular connectors that you would be expect those desks to our phone equipment on the right side of the patch panel. Patched over to the right. It's primarily a patch panel used for analog voice and some audio for moves, adds, and changes. There are many different kinds of patch panels. This patch panel is a 66 block. It's primarily a patch panel used for analog voice and some older networking standards. Anything on the left side of the block is patched over to the right side of the block. So we might plug in all of our desks on the left side of the patch panel and then connect those desks to our phone equipment on the right side of the patch panel. You'll notice that these are not the modular connectors that you would be expecting to see if you're working with RJ11 with a phone or RJ45 with a network. Instead, you would need a specialized punch down tool that can take the wire and punch it down into the 66 block. Now that our phones have moved to voice over IP and a lot of what we do is happening over the network, we have phased out the 66 block for the 110 block.
Our H&R block.
The 110 block is also a wire-to-wire patch panel. It effectively replaces the 66 block that we were just looking at, but a 110 block is going to be able to support higher speed networks. So we would plug in Category 5 and Category 6 cables to a 110 block. To use a 110 block, we would first punch down all the connections that may be coming from our desks. Then we put a connector block on top of that and then punch down whatever we would like to use to complete that connection. Here's a better look at a 110 block. We are looking at a completed 110 block that has been punched down on the lower connection. A connector block has been put on top of it, and then we have these connections that are completing the patch. You can see where the wires underneath have been originally punched down and the connector block placed right on the top of those. Some patch panels will punch down cables to a 110 block on one side of the patch panel and then have RJ45 connectors on the other.
Yeah,
this is the back of one of those patch panels. So you can see the 110 block where we're punching down all of those Ethernet connections, and then you can see the traces on the circuit board that are used on the other side to connect it to an RJ45 connection. So if we look at the other side where the RJ45 connectors are, we see this very easy to use modular interface. So to use this patch panel, you would find the connector associated with the desk that you'd like to connect. You would connect your Ethernet patch cable, and then you would run that cable down to your networking equipment. Here's the switches on this particular rack that would complete that patch from the desk to the patch panel and finally to the switch. This means if somebody is added or removed from the organization, or it's someone that is moving from desk to desk, we never have to touch that wire that runs from their desk into the computer room. Instead, we simply change the wire on the patch panel and the connector to where it's going on the switch. Of course, these patches are not just for copper connectors. We have patches and distribution panels available for fiber as well. And this is the example of a fiber distribution panel where you've got a patch panel on one side, and then perhaps you're extending this to another floor or another building, and there's a similar fiber distribution panel at the other location. You'll notice fiber installations have gentle curves. You never want to bend a fiber past its bend radius. So a lot of these fiber distribution panels will have loops of fiber inside of them. In fact, there may be extra loops of fiber inside of them, just in case you find that you have to move this particular distribution panel. You don't have to rerun all the fiber. You simply extend it using the service loop that's already inside of the distribution panel. A transceiver is a device that is both a transmitter and a receiver.
Right back.
Receiver, and usually it's in a single device. This is commonly used.
What do you mean you don't see what I see? Oh, I didn't even see it a while ago.
used in networking as a modular network interface. For example, you can see on this switch, I have interfaces that are here in copper for these two RJ45s, but you also have the option to plug in a transceiver that can be used for additional interfaces on this switch. This will allow you to connect this switch with fiber connections, and they could be single mode fiber or multi-mode fiber, but you can choose exactly the type of interface you need using these transceivers. A traditional transceiver provides us with duplex communication because there are two interfaces for two fibers on this particular transceiver. One of these connectors might be for transmit, and the other fiber coming in would be for receive. But of course, fiber is relatively expensive to run, and of course, we have a limited number of interfaces on our networking equipment. That's why some of your networking equipment may be able to support bidirectional transceivers or BiDi transceivers. These bidirectional transceivers allow you to transmit and receive over a single strand of fiber. So this effectively doubles the amount of use that you have for the fibers in your infrastructure. It's using two different wavelengths to complete this, so you don't have to run twice as much fiber. Instead, you can use a bidirectional transceiver. One of the earlier transceiver standards was created for gigabit networks, and this was the GBIC, or the Gigabit Interface Converter. You can see the GBIC is right here next to this USB key, and it usually is connected with something like an SC connector onto the GBIC itself. These are commonly used on gigabit networks and fiber channel networks, but they are relatively large compared to some of the newer styles of transceivers. Here's a GBIC that's being used with SC connectors in this gigabit Ethernet switch. You can simply slide the GBIC into an open slot, connect your fiber, and now you've got a fiber connection using this modular transceiver. Manufacturers soon found that they could perform similar functions using a much smaller transceiver, and this was the SFP, or the small form factor pluggable. The SFP, you can see, is a lot smaller than the older style GBIC. These are commonly used for 1 gig fiber connections. There are also 1 gig copper connections that you can get instead of having a fiber connector at the end of this. We commonly associate transceivers with fiber connections, but you can also get transceivers that have RJ45 copper connectors on there as well. As our technologies move towards 10 gig networking, we improved the technology by creating the enhanced small form factor pluggable, or SFP+. It looks and has exactly the same form factor as the older style SFP, but you're able to support much higher data rates through these newer style transceivers. For very high-speed networking, you may want to look into using a QSFP, or quad small form factor pluggable. These effectively are 4 SFPs put into a single transceiver. That means a 4-channel SFP could support 4 1 gig connections. And for higher speeds, we could use a QSFP Plus for 4-channel SFP Plus. This would be 4 10 gig connections, or 40 gigabit per second through a single transceiver.
Damn.
By combining what would effectively be 4 individual transceivers into a single transceiver, we're not only saving money on fiber, but we're also saving money on the amount of equipment that we would need to support. And when you combine the bidirectional features available in these transceivers, you can support very high speeds over a single strand of fiber optic. Here's the form factor for all of these transceivers if we're looking at it from the side that would plug into our networking equipment. So here's the GBIC connector that will plug into the inside of our switch, and the fiber that would plug into the outside. The SFP you can see much smaller, and the quad SFP, which is really only a little bit larger than the SFP, but effectively can provide 4 times the functionality of the traditional SFP. By far, Ethernet is the most popular network topology in the world. Somebody has a network, then they have some flavor of Ethernet that they're using in their environment. And there are many different types of Ethernet running different speeds, different types of cabling, different types of connector, and different types of network switches. In the past, we may have run Ethernet over coaxial cables, but these days, most modern Ethernet networks will be using twisted pair cabling or fiber optic. If you're running 100 megabit Ethernet over twisted pair cables, then you are using 100 base TX. You'll sometimes hear this referred to as fast Ethernet, which is what we called 100 megabit when it was released after using 10 megabit Ethernet for so long. 100 base TX uses category 5 or better twisted pair copper cabling, and it uses 2 of the pair that are inside of that cable. It does not use all 4 pair to communicate. And the maximum length of a cable run for the 100 base TX standard is 100 meters in length. Moving up from 100 megabit Ethernet, we move into gigabit Ethernet, or 1000 megabit. The standard for gigabit Ethernet that most people are using is 1000 base T. 1000 base T gigabit Ethernet runs over category 5 twisted pair cable or better. If you look at the EIA-TIA standards, you'll see that category 3, 4, and 5 cable is deprecated, so usually the minimum cable that you'll find available to run for 1000 base T is category 5E. And instead of using the 2 pairs that we used for 100 megabit Ethernet, our 1000 base T gig Ethernet requires that we use all 4 pairs inside of that twisted pair cabling. If you need to run Ethernet past that 100 meter limitation for copper cabling, then you'll probably want to connect equipment using fiber. And of course, there are gigabit Ethernet standards for fiber optics. One of these standards is 1000 base SX. This is gigabit Ethernet running at 1000 megabits per second using what's called NIR, or near infrared light bandwidth. This standard commonly uses multi-mode fiber as its physical medium, so we can extend this Ethernet connection generally 220 to about 500 meters in length, depending on the type of fiber that we're using. For much longer Ethernet connections, you may want to use 1000 base LX, which is gig Ethernet using a long wavelength laser. You can run 1000 base LX over multi-mode fiber, and you get about 550 meters in length. But if you really need to extend the length up to 5 kilometers, you can use 1000 base LX over single mode fiber. If you're really looking to push the throughput of copper cabling, you can run 10 gig Ethernet over copper, or the 10G base T standard. This uses frequencies up to 500 megahertz inside of this cable, which is well above what we use for our gig Ethernet connections of 125 megahertz. Because of that, we will need cable that's specifically designed to support these higher frequencies. So for 10G base T, you'll be able to get 55 meters in length if you're using Cat6 cable. You can upgrade to category 6A, which stands for augmented, if you need to go to 100 meters. And if you need additional shielding from interference, you can choose a category 7 cable that is shielding not only the entire cable itself, but each individual pairs of wire.
Crimping that must be a...
If you were an early user of Ethernet over twisted pair cabling, then you were probably connecting all of your devices with a hub. You'll often hear a hub referred to as a multi-port repeater. That's because the operation of a hub means that any traffic going into one of these single ports of the hub will automatically be regenerated out of every other port that happens to be on that hub. This makes for a very simple forwarding mechanism. If traffic goes into the hub, it comes out of the hub on every other interface. Since there are no forwarding decisions to be made inside of a hub, we often say that this is a device that's operating at OSI layer 1. Because all devices are effectively sharing this network, that means that you can't really have a full duplex connection to any other device on this network. All devices connected to a hub are going to be running at half duplex by default. This also means that if more devices begin communicating more often, there will be an increasing number of collisions on this half duplex network, which means the more traffic increases, the less efficient this network will be. If you're using a gigabit Ethernet network, then you're not communicating using a hub. Hubs are only available if you're running 10 megabit Ethernet or 100 megabit Ethernet. As you can tell, the technology behind the hub is very simplistic. It's not really designed for today's high-speed networks. Hubs are no longer manufactured, and it's even difficult to find them these days on secondary markets. Imagine if you had a switch that only had 2 ports on it. You had a network on one side of the switch, and you had a network on the other side of the switch.
Pretty much a router.
In the early days of networking, you would have a bridge. A bridge is making forwarding decisions in software based on the MAC addresses of what happens to be on both sides of that bridge. We would commonly use these bridges to connect two separate physical networks. These networks could be different topologies, so we might be connecting an Ethernet network to a token ring network by putting a bridge in the middle. But we might also use these bridges to connect similar topologies. You could take a very large Ethernet network and split it into two pieces to minimize the number of collisions that might be occurring. Just like today's modern switches, these older style bridges would make forwarding decisions based on the destination MAC address inside of a frame. A good example of a modern bridge that would be connecting different types of networks would be today's wireless access points. You would have a wireless network on one side of this access point and a wired Ethernet network on the other, and you're bridging between these two different topologies. Our modern switches are an evolution from the older style bridges. Now we have devices with hundreds of interfaces on the front rather than 2 or 4 that you might have on a traditional bridge. Also, a traditional bridge was making all of its forwarding decisions in software. On today's switches, we're making all of these decisions in the hardware of these devices using a technology known as ASICs, or application-specific integrated circuits. The forwarding decisions on our modern switches are exactly the same as the forwarding decisions that were made on the older style bridges. We're looking at the destination MAC address, and we're forwarding the frame depending on where that MAC address needs to go. Our modern switches also have a number of additional features available to them. One good example is power over Ethernet, where you could plug in a device that requires power, and it can receive power directly from your network switch. Some switches might also include the option
Oh.
to enable a routing functionality within exactly the same chassis. We call this functionality multi-layer switching. You might hear it referred to as a layer 3 switch. That's because there's a portion of the switch that is performing the normal layer 2 switching function, and there's another portion of the switch that's able to route between the different VLANs that are connected to that switch. If a device is a router, then it's forwarding traffic between different IP subnets, and it's making its forwarding decisions based on the destination IP address that might be in that IP packet. If it's a switch, then we're making forwarding decisions based on a MAC address. That's why we refer to routers as layer 3 devices and switches as layer 2 devices. Routers will often connect different types of network topologies. On one side, you might have an Ethernet network running over fiber, and on the other side of the router might be a wide area network that's running over copper. You generally don't connect to any network these days without a firewall in place. Firewalls make decisions about whether traffic is allowed or not allowed through the network based on layer 4 information. This might be a TCP or UDP port number. Modern firewalls take that even higher and can look into the application that's going across the network and make decisions on whether certain applications are allowed or not. We often refer to those as layer 7 firewalls or next generation firewalls.
Oh my
Many
God, I need to
firewalls also
trim your
provide
nails.
other features. You can configure your firewall as a VPN endpoint at your main location and configure another firewall as a VPN endpoint at a remote site. That will allow you to encrypt all of the traffic that flows between the main location and any of your remote sites. Some firewalls can be configured as a proxy, so they'll stop the network communication, make the request on your behalf, receive the response, make sure the response is appropriate for you to receive, and then send that traffic down to your workstation. Many firewalls can also be configured as a layer 3 device, so they can route all of the traffic going in and out of the internet. So not only are they making security decisions based on layer 4 UDP TCP port numbers or layer 7 applications, but they can also act as a router to send traffic between different IP subnets. In many enterprise networks, we use wireless access points to be able to connect people to a wireless network. This is a little different than the wireless router you might have in a home office that has the router, the switch, the wireless access point, the firewall, and some other components within it as well. If you were able to pull out just the wireless piece, you would have a wireless access point. As we mentioned earlier, a wireless access point is a layer 2 device. It's effectively a bridge between a wireless network and an Ethernet network. Many organizations will deploy many wireless access points throughout multiple floors of a building so that you can always be connected to the wireless network. The device we call a modem is named after the modulator-demodulator function that is happening inside of this device. It's very common to have modems, for example, on traditional phone lines. If devices in two locations needed to communicate, they could put a modem on each side and communicate over traditional phone lines. These phone lines have limited frequencies that are available, and therefore there's a limited amount of bandwidth that you could send between those two locations. You'll sometimes see modems used as a secondary or backup system to use the plain old telephone service or the POTS system to be able to communicate when all other forms of communication are unavailable. If you have DSL in your location, then you're probably connecting to the DSL network using a DSL modem. If you have broadband internet from your cable company, they will provide you with a cable modem, although technically a cable modem is more of a bridge than it is a modem. Sometimes you just need to convert between different types of network media. You don't need to make forwarding decisions based on a layer 2 MAC address or a layer 3 IP address. You're really just looking to change communication from running over a copper network to a fiber and perhaps back again. In those scenarios, you might want to use a media converter. This is a good example of a media converter. This operates at OSI layer 1. It's simply changing the physical layer from a copper network to a fiber network or vice versa. You might use one of these media converters if you need to extend a communication over a very long distance. We know that Ethernet can support up to 100 meters of communication, but if you need to go kilometers in distance, you might want to include a media converter to convert to fiber, extend it over that long distance, and then perhaps convert it back to copper on the other end. You could also use this if you've been provided with fiber connections, but your switch only supports copper connections. You could use the media converter to convert from fiber to copper to provide that connection to the switch. This is usually an active conversion that's taking place, so these devices very commonly need to be powered. You don't generally see a device that's converting from fiber to copper without some type of power source being connected. In fact, it's not uncommon to see rack-based media converters like this one that have central power supplies that provide power to all of these different media converters. Our wireless networks never seem to extend as far as we would like them to go. That's because sometimes we don't have a choice where we put an access point. There might be a single room where we have an Ethernet connection, and that's the only place available to plug in that wireless access point. With a wireless range extender, you can increase the size of that wireless network. You can think of this as a wireless repeater that's able to receive a wireless signal and then repeat that signal to a local area. Here's how this wireless range extender might work in a typical house. Let's say that your cable modem connection comes into a family room, and that's the only place available to put a wireless access point. We'll put it up high on this shelf, and it might cover a certain area of the house. But you can see that the kitchen and the master bedroom don't have any coverage. So we might install a wireless range extender right in the middle, maybe in this hallway upstairs. And when we turn that on, we can extend that wireless signal to cover more of this house just by adding that single repeater right in the middle of the communication. Remarkably, voice communication continues to be something we use even today. We are using different ways to communicate over these voice type networks by using voice over IP telephones or other types of software-based voice over IP endpoints. This means we now have options. We can use voice over IP instead of using the traditional plain old telephone service or POTS lines, and we could use different types of platforms to be able to send this voice over IP communication. We could use a traditional physical handset, or we could use software that's built into a browser or on our mobile devices. A multi-layer switch can provide multiple functions on a network. It can act as a switch, so it can forward traffic based on MAC addresses, but it can also act as a router, which means it's making forwarding decisions based on the layer 3 addresses that are passing through this device. This is often a function that is bundled together and marketed together as a single device. It's often referred to as a layer 3 switch. In reality, these two functions are working independently inside this individual chassis. So there might be switching occurring and all occurring at layer 2, and a completely different part of this device is providing the router at layer 3. We've effectively taken two different devices, a switch and a router, and simply combined them within the same chassis. Almost every organization is going to have a wireless network, and it's usually one that extends everywhere you might go inside of a particular facility. There's usually not a single access point. There are usually many access points that are deployed in this organization. These access points may extend to multiple buildings, and they may be located at locations that are very far away from where you happen to be sitting. If you're managing the wireless network, then you also know that changes are happening all the time. There are changes to access policies, security policies, and the configuration of the access points themselves. This wireless network should also be seamless for your end users. They should be able to simply connect to the wireless network, use their normal credentials, and be able to communicate to all of the services they need on your network. These requirements for a large organization are much different than the wireless networks we have at home. That's why in these large companies, you might have a wireless LAN controller. This allows you to have centralized management of all of your wireless access points, all from one single console. We often refer to this as a single pane of glass. From this single console, you can deploy new access points. You can constantly monitor your wireless network and look for any security concerns that might be occurring. You can, of course, make changes to the configurations of all of your wireless access points and then provide reports on how much these wireless access points are being used. And
create new VLANs for my Google Assistants, but
controllers are often proprietary, so they're specific to the brand of access point that you're using in your network. If you're providing some type of service to end users, then some of your biggest concerns are making sure that your service remains available and it remains something that is responsive when people try to use it. One way to provide both uptime and availability and an efficiency with the application is to implement some type of load balancing. Load balancers are often used for large-scale implementations of web servers, database servers, and other major services on the network. When we're implementing these load balancers for fault tolerance, we're usually putting multiple servers behind the load balancer. If one server happens to fail, all of the other servers are still available to provide that service to the end user.
I know how to set that up in
this is how
like
we
Microsoft
might configure
server,
the load using these multiple servers.
It doesn't have
so
like a load balancer
a server
itself.
A, a server B, a server C, a server D, and we put them all behind a load balancer. Your users coming in from the other parts of the network are simply connecting to the load balancer to be able to use this, and the load balancer is deciding which particular servers will handle that particular request. This load balancer is often monitoring the response that it's getting from these servers, and if one server begins to slow down, it can balance the load across the remaining servers. The load balancer might also be providing a TCP offload. We know if we're communicating to a device with TCP, there's the normal three-way TCP handshake that has to occur for every session. The load balancer will provide that TCP handshake to the end user, but the communication to the individual servers behind the load balancer will use a session that's already up and running and will remain that way. That removes another level of overhead from the servers, and the load balancer manages all of the TCP handshake overhead. SSL encryption can also provide additional overhead from the server. So instead of doing that encryption and decryption process on the server, the load balancer will manage and be an endpoint for SSL communication. Load balancers can also be configured to cache client requests. So if someone makes a request down to any of these servers, the load balancer will cache that information and provide the results to that user. If another user asks for exactly the same information, the load balancer will simply pull that from the cache and send it back to the user without ever querying the servers that are behind it. Many load balancers will support multiple protocols, and it may prioritize certain protocols over others. It can also provide prioritization at the application level. So certain applications on these servers may have a higher priority than other applications running on exactly the same servers. An IDS or an IPS is an intrusion detection system or intrusion prevention system. These are devices that we put on our network to monitor all of the communication that's going in and out of our network. These are specifically looking for security events. They're looking to see if someone is trying to perform an exploit against an operating system or an application, or someone who might be trying to perform a buffer overflow or some type of data injection. There's two different flavors.
I have an
of
old
these
computer
devices.
that
The
I've
intrusion
installed a
detection
multi-NIC
system
or multiple
is one that's designed to
NIC card in
alert
it.
when there's these types of problems, but it doesn't actively block any traffic from going through your network. An intrusion prevention system is designed not only to identify these security issues, but to also block them from entering your network. There are many different ways that an IDS or an IPS can identify these security anomalies. One way is through a signature-based match. This is looking for a very specific signature.
Is your internet modem set up as a pass-through, or is it run? I have a actual physical modem. Like it's just pass-through. It's not running a firewall. PFSense is my firewall.
Signature. This happens to be a signature from
which is also my router essentially.
The configure worm. It's looking for an exact match of this information, and if it finds the match, it will then perform the alerting or blocking function that you've configured in your IDS or your IP.
I refuse to buy like when they try sending me like a router / access point / modem. I'm like, nope, I will buy my own modem. Thank you very much. Once I did it started talking to IPv6 via PFSense and an ISP network. What? Oh, what? So when you set it up, it started. So your old modem had a was blocking IPv6. That's weird. Yeah, they tried. They were like, oh, you get a free modem with that. I was like, thanks, I'll buy my own. I'm good. Or if they're like, yeah, you get this router thing, and all of our offices that I work at, they have, it causes so many issues because they. Oh really? Huh. Fucking what's it called? Spectrum is who I use, or who we use, who's like around me. That's like really the only fucking company, and they always constantly try to sell you or like send like this. They even have like a modem / route, like it's a modem and router, and then they have a second router that they give you, and then they put one through as pass through, and it's fucking annoying. Spectrum is scary on West Coast, really? Huh. I don't have any money outages here. I think it's Time Warner. I think it's the owner of it or something, or maybe Spectrum bought Time Warner. I don't know how it works exactly, but
PS. Many modern IDS or IPS devices will also monitor your network over time and determine what is normal on your network. If something happens that is outside the norm or is an anomaly, it will then give you the option to either allow or not allow that traffic.
Yeah, it's study for the Network Plus. I can't do it. Yeah, it's studying for the Network Plus, which is what I'm studying for right now. And I am doing taking a couple Azure courses. I might start courses in the spring semester, so in the end of January to knock out a couple to just force myself to study certain things. Let me see. Like programming and shit like that. There's like a 2-year degree that I'm just like, well, maybe I'll fucking just I'll just take it, and I already have all my prereqs and everything since I've already graduated from there. See what the courses are that I need to force myself. I wonder if this actually has a financial aid information. My cat in the fucking couch? Yes, she is. What the fuck? Eve, get out of there. Program evaluation. Networking. AAS. Networking cybersecurity. Catalog 2021, 2022, I'm guessing. Or am I still in the 20? No. Alright, so I would need computer sciences portal, whatever the fuck that means. Intro to programming, which is good. Fundamental to information systems, which I'm guessing is like I would assume that has to do with like databases, but I'm not sure. Systems administration, PowerShell. They have an entire course on PowerShell. Computing sciences internship. But that's the part that's gonna be annoying. It's like I'm already working fucking IT. Principles of information security, hardware and operating systems, an entire course on Linux, ethical hacking, and digital forensics. I already have everything else. Forget general education, everything I already take. PowerShell command. What's get file hash? Is that to show like the file or the Oh yeah, I don't care. Yeah. Fucking I don't have any files up. Yeah. ANP2 or ANP1 sucked. I was seeing that because it was fucking I can't spell. uh, that's cool.
Through the net.
Yeah, I wish I could even access my grades from my 4-year college, but I can't because I locked out of them because I owed them money for when I started my master's program, and then they were like, "Oh, you still owe us more money, like $700, something like that." And they're like, "Oh, if you don't pay by this date, you're still gonna be locked out of your courses." And I was like, "Fuck, well, I don't have this much money. I don't know what the fuck you want from me." I was locked out of my courses and couldn't finish them. And so so it basically just failed all my master's courses, which had way heavier in my institutional average because I had a 3.89, and then my master's courses, since those fucking all were basically just failed because I locked out of them. like they're still trying to make me pay for the entire semester and shit, and then it's paying these.
Network. These devices can also be configured to look for a certain type of behavior. If somebody accesses a file in a certain way, for example, it may decide to flag that and allow you to make a decision.
Yeah, well, for what I was going for at Masters of P. They didn't really have there's not that many PhDs for. Well, actually, I guess there is, but like exercise science and stuff like that. I might as well have gone for school for uh for not personal training, physical therapy at that point. But that's a good 6 years of clinicals and shit like that.
Decision on whether that's allowed or not. And some of these devices use heuristics, which are very broad description.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting into IT now, because I had surgery on my shoulder that fucked it up. I have bone on bone arthritis now. I used to be into exercise science. I used to teach gymnastics and oh, I probably put the log for sure. I used to teach gymnastics and cheerleading and then do personal training also. And after the surgery, it just fucked me up, and I slowly just kind of got out of it because it was too painful. So now that's how I got into IT and whatnot.
Of malicious activity. Instead of having a specific signature, heuristics are able to use artificial intelligence to determine if a particular traffic flow seems to be malicious, and then can take action based on that. A proxy is a security device that sits in the middle of the communication between the users and the external network that they're accessing. The proxy will receive the request that the users make and then make that request on their behalf to the service that's on the outside of the network. It will then receive the response to that request, examine it, make sure there's nothing malicious inside of it, and then send the response down to the users. It's common to use proxies for URL filtering and content scanning. It can also be used to cache information to improve the overall performance of the network communication. If your organization is using an explicit proxy, then the applications have to know how to use that proxy to be able to communicate to the outside. And applications have to be specially written so that they're able to take advantage of this proxy technology. A more common proxy is a transparent proxy. With a transparent proxy, the applications don't have to be written a certain way, and your users don't even know the proxy is there. Your users will simply browse to the internet as usual, and the transparent proxy will intercept that communication. The proxy then makes the request on their behalf and receives the response. It examines the response.
VM last night to download and compile. Oh, really nice. I've never gone through Chromium OS itself.
As you can imagine, a proxy has to be specifically written
I've
to be able to
used,
understand
I can't remember the name of it.
Operate. And it's very common for these application level
then you just shut it down and then open and increase the size?
Perhaps one application, such as HTTP. You may have to enable additional features or use additional proxies if you need to be able to proxy other types of applications, such as HTTPS, FTP, and any other type of app. A VPN concentrator is a device we would install onto our network that would allow us to support VPNs, or virtual private networks. This would allow someone on the outside of our network to communicate over the public internet, but send that communication in encrypted form. When it's received by our VPN concentrator, it's decrypted and then put onto our local internal network. This VPN concentrator can be a standalone device, but we can also integrate this into most firewalls. So the firewall is providing not only the security gateway to your network, but it's also acting as the endpoint for these VPN tunnels. For smaller implementations, you could even create a VPN concentrator using software on an individual server instead of using dedicated hardware. You would also need client software on the end station that's able to communicate to these VPN concentrators, and often operating systems will ship with certain types of VPN software built into the OS. For remote access VPN, we'd have a VPN concentrator at our main location, and inside our network, we have all of our corporate resources. The VPN concentrator is connected to the internet, which means you could be anywhere, perhaps at a coffee shop, needing access to the internal network. you would start
one
up
thing
your
at
VPN
PFSense kind of
software on
annoying
your
with is setting
laptop,
up fucking
and it would build an
VPNs.
encrypted tunnel into the VPN concentrator. Anything sent over this VPN tunnel would all be
pain
encrypted
in the
between your
ass.
laptop and the VPN
At
concentrator.
least for
If anyone was
WireGuard.
listening in the middle, they wouldn't be able to make any sense of this communication. The
Why are
VPN
you meowing
concentrator
with
is in
that, dude?
charge of decrypting that information and sending it into the local network. Any responses would also be re-encrypted by the concentrator and sent back to the user on their laptop. It's very common these days to configure VPN software to be always on. So if you're outside the building, it recognizes that you're on an external network. And if you are
Untangle.
on an
I
external
don't know what that
network,
is.
it will automatically build this tunnel back to the VPN concentrator. So always when you're using this laptop from wherever you happen to be, you will be using a secure channel back to the central office. Whenever we're using resources on our network, we're constantly needing to identify ourselves. We need to identify ourselves when we sit down at our computer, when we connect to a wireless network, or when we try to access a resource across the network. To gain access to these resources, we need some way to validate that we are really who we say we are. And in those cases, we would use a AAA framework to provide the authentication, the authorization, and the accounting to keep track of exactly what you've accessed and when on the network. The authentication process is one that we're very familiar with. We provide a username, and then we provide something secret, like a password, to prove that we really are who we say we are. Based on that information, we'll be authorized to use certain resources on the network based on the rights and permissions associated with our username. This is also going to keep track of exactly when I logged on, when I logged off, and exactly what information was sent back and forth over the network. This AAA framework commonly runs on a AAA server that's somewhere in our network. So we may be a client that's outside of our network trying to log in and gain access through a VPN tunnel. So we'll hit the VPN concentrator and we'll provide our username and our password to gain access. That request is passed off to the AAA server to check to see if the username and password are legitimate. And if they are, the AAA server will approve those credentials and will have access to the resources on the inside of the network. A very common protocol used for this AAA service is Radius. This stands for Remote Authentication Dial-In User Service.
Running ESXi, yes. So here's my host.
It is one of the most popular authentication protocols that's used for much more than just dial-in. The Radius protocol may be used.
So that was just my, well, the client was using was the 2-core. I do have a bare metal server. The Proliant M whatever ML 310E Gen 8, so it's kind of old, but it works for just running a couple VMs on there, mostly as a playground, mess around with stuff. And running the Pi-hole on there right now. Run a TrueNAS.
To authenticate users to routers and switches. It may be used to provide access to servers. Maybe this is the protocol that's used to gain access over your VPN tunnels, and it may be used over your wireless networks using 802.1x.
I have a little bit. Like I can team because this one does have 2 NICs on it, so I can team them, but I don't have the there's no real point to it because I only have. Yeah, I can with this one, but unless I had higher throughput cabling, it really wouldn't do much for me, at least that I'm aware of. It's like I can where is it? And link these two. Oh yeah, I could do it. I'm usually only running 2 or 3. I only have 32 gigabytes of RAM on the and it's as much as it can hold. So I don't usually have that many different things running. I have a couple I think I have 16 gigabytes on my PFSense, and then what 4 did I run that I put on the Pi-hole? Yeah, 4 gigabyte. 2 CPU.
Radius is one of the most popular authentication protocols, and you'll see it used across a number of different services and operating systems. So far, we've talked about many different components that you could have in your network.
Framing overhead to
Routers,
find the sweet
intrusion
spot of
detection
resolution for
systems,
speed for total
firewalls,
bandwidth
proxies,
on this.
VPN concentrators, and more. But if your environment is relatively small, you may be able to combine all of these functions into a single security device. This is called a UTM, or Unified Threat Management Device.
Yeah,
Some
screw
people
that.
will refer to
I
this
hate,
as a web
hate trying to figure all
security
that stuff or trying to
a
figure that
UTM
out.
can be used for URL filtering.
But most of my
or
stuff runs
content
headless anyway,
inspection.
I guess.
It
So.
may be able to scan files that are downloaded for any type of malware that might be inside. It may also be able to identify spam and any emails that might be downloaded. If you're connecting to a wide area network, some of the wide area network hardware, such as the CSU DSU, may also be integrated into this same chassis. This could also provide layer 3 routing and even layer 2 switching on certain UTMs. And of course, from a security perspective, we need firewall functionality
What do you do for
and
work?
IDS IPS functionality in our UTM. You might also find UTMs that are able to provide bandwidth shaping, so you can prioritize certain applications that are communicating to the internet. And if you need a VPN concentrator, you can add that function and all of these other functions at the same time.
RAID 5 from 2.5-inch Spain disk SSDs too.
Within
Oh,
the
nice.
same chassis with a UTM. These days,
Yeah, I wish
firewalls
that's
are
the one
much
thing.
more
That's what I want to do with the server next is because they're all running in the ages ago the old gem. They're all running what WD purples, which are slow as hell because it used to be used as like an NVR server, or I don't know, some company that my buddy used to service, and it was just sitting around at basically what we could call the graveyard, which is just where he keeps just a spare equipment of like from forever ago, or like when you upgrade a place and they're just like, oh, I don't want this. He's like, all right, I'll just take care of it and just, usually we shred the hard drives or drill holes in them, but like this I was just like, hey, can I just use this? I'll make sure to wipe them all or whatever. Like, yeah, go ahead, take it. So there's 4 terabyte Western Digital purples in there, which I'd like to replace with something better than a WD purple for actually using this, but oh, I guess there's 3 WD purples. There's one that's a faster for a boot drive, I suppose. But
than devices.
They kind of are. I mean, yeah, they're so cheap, but at the same time, they're still expensive on a shoestring budget of playing around with stuff when you're just playing around with it at home, like. Or TV or SSDs. Yeah, $350 for a 4 terabyte SSD if I wanted to replace them with the same size that they have in there. Oh yeah, those are dirt cheap. Yeah, 120 gigabyte. I might replace the I might be able to replace like the boot drive with an SSD. I think there's a way inside the server to actually install, like, it's not an M.2, but there's like a way to install like a boot drive or something. I don't really know. I'd have to open it up, look at it again, and figure it out.
That can allow or disallow traffic based on a TCP
Yeah,
or
that's crazy.
UDP port number.
I did buy
firewalls
a cheap SSD that I threw into an old computer I was going to use as a NAS, but I just haven't gotten around to it because I don't have any other drives I want to use. I was going to throw free NAS on there. It's a backplate for the SSD, the 24 SSD. Yeah.
Are able to look at the applications that are flowing across the network, and we call these next generation firewalls, or NGFW. You might also see these next generation firewalls called application layer gateways, stateful multi-layer inspection devices, or devices that are performing deep packet inspection. That's because a next generation firewall is looking at every bit and byte that's going through the network. It's looking at every frame that's passing through the network and making security decisions based on what happens to be within all of the data of that frame. So it may be able to
How does that
allow
work
communication to Facebook,
with
allow communication to Twitter, but not allow someone to post to Facebook or post to Twitter. That's
All
because
people
these
see-
firewalls can really understand
Multi-layer is my
all of the
favorite Cisco
applications
topic.
in
All
use,
people
and in
see
some
data bus.
cases can understand different functions of the
Yeah,
applications
I need to
you happen to be
remember
using.
I need to
In
learn
most
all of it
organizations,
completely.
everyone
Like I
has a
know like
phone
the first
on their
couple
desk.
layers, but then
We
I'm
used
like,
to accomplish this by using a PBX. That's a private branch exchange. You effectively have your own private phone switch within your company. That phone switch then
PBX,
connects
yeah.
to your phone provider network, and you're able to send and receive phone calls. This also meant that we had to run additional telephone.
the advanced protection with like encryption and everything like that. To decrypt everything?
Phone lines to everyone's desk, so it would be very common to run 2 wires through every desk.
Oh.
One wire for the
I didn't know
telephone
that.
and another wire for the local area network.
Application.
Today we're using a voice over IP PBX, where we're able to integrate all of your different voice over IP devices, your voice over IP handsets, voice over
Presentation
IP
of
software that's in
session.
your mobile
Okay,
devices
yeah, I
and
always
in your
get
browser,
physical
and
data
you're able
link
to make
network
phone calls using those
and
devices
transport, but
over
then
your
session
existing
presentation
local area
application, I always
network.
goof up.
With this voice over IP PBX, you no longer need to run multiple cables to every desk. These devices will simply plug into the existing Ethernet connections. Of course, not everything in the world is communicating using these voice over IP protocols and technologies. So in some cases, you also need a voice over IP gateway that can convert your voice over IP communication into something the traditional public switch telephone network can understand.
That's what we have. We have
These days, a lot of the malicious software and data leakage is occurring with.
We use what do they just call it?
Into some
gateway. We use audio codex or whatever, audio codes, I think it's the company. Oh man, they fucked it. It's called what was the name of it? ATX? Oh, software we use. H263 is 5, yeah. No, what's it called? Something. Forget it. I don't remember. It's basically it just transfers everything so it can be from the regular voice lines to to the VoIP, but I can't remember what we call it.
A lot of the malicious software and data leakage is occurring within the data of our applications. So to control that, we may want to implement some type of content filtering on our network. This will allow us to look into the data going back and forth and determine if somebody may be transferring sensitive information into or out of our network. This can also look for inappropriate content.
NVR,
if we wanted to provide parental
IVR, there we
controls
go.
on our network, we would commonly use a content filter. And of course, we need to be able to look for malware. So usually anti-malware and antivirus is built into the content filtering system we might have on our network.
Yeah, no, I use Google Voice all the time. That's actually one of the main reasons I won't switch my Google
built into the content filtering system.
My Google workspaces or whatever it's called too.
Virtualization has drastically
to Azure, Microsoft.
Changed our modern.
All right, I should probably get some sleep. I actually have to go back to work tomorrow, so this is gonna be fun. Yeah, I should get up early again for the first time. A minute. I will catch everybody later. Yep. Studying all this now. I have my A plus. I'm studying the net plus, and I'm trying to take this net plus before it has before it's retired. This exam retires in June, and they're changing it to the 008. And there's like 30% different content in it, so I'm like, shit, I need to study this one quick. I started studying it, and then they announced the new exam. All right.